Thank you. Good morning. Welcome to our July 21st, 2026 regular council meeting. I'll call the meeting to order. Before I start everything this morning, I'd like to take a minute. Our community went through an event on Saturday, and it really shows the better nature of our Angels, the way everything came together. No one was injured, no fatalities. Buildings can be replaced, trees can be regrown. I'm just thankful everyone's safe both here and within the county. But some thank yous are in order. I'd like to thank our CAO, Dean Kraus, for being right there immediately with the emergency response plan. Our maintenance supervisor, Rob Shanks, who was on holidays, came right in from holidays, got his crews together. All our crews that went out, our staff, everybody in our admin that helped us. This town council, we kept in contact. County was the worst hit. Jordan Northcott and his entire team, they all responded quickly to help their citizens. Minister Jason Nixon and Minister Dan Williams called me, both of them, within 15 minutes of the event, offering assistance from the province. That was quite phenomenal. The RCMP responded. We learned this morning that there were no 911 calls and no calls for ambulance or health services. We're fairly lucky. And to our own citizens and the citizens of the county who all responded very quickly. Within minutes there was calls out, I have a chainsaw, I can come help. I have a truck and a trailer, if you need me, call me. There was people offering to take sandwiches and coffee to crews out working. Fortis, Blue Mountain, everybody came together within our community. And it shows me that no matter what's going on within our community, our politics, everything that happens in our day-to-day lives, it's all put aside. All those bad things go to the side, and then we just are there for each other. So thank you very much to my community. You've done well. I will now call for an adoption of the agenda. Is there any additions or deletions to today's agenda, please? Councillor Boniface.
I'd like to call for taking this, I got lost in accepting this for as written.
As written, okay. Thank you. Is there anything further to discuss? All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. We do have a delegation this morning. We'll ask you to come forward, please. Our delegation is from STARS, and thank you for joining us today.
Good morning. It is my pleasure to join you this morning. Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm Jackie Seeley. I've been with STARS for a little over 3 years, working with municipalities, mostly across southern Alberta, and now expanded to your area, which is a beautiful area, so very happy to visit your community. STARS has been around now for over 40 years. Last year was our 40th anniversary. Proudly, we continue to operate at no cost to the patient. Over 66,000 missions flown. And thank you for the generosity of many that keep us in the air. Next slide, please. A few updates from STARS. We do have a new CAO at STARS for about the last little over a year now, and that's Dr. John Fro. He was our former Chief Medical Officer at STARS since 2012, and then stepped into the helm as CEO last year. Very much a critical care expert like our founder, Dr. Powell, and an innovator as well. Next slide, please. Sadly, Dr. Powell passed away at the end of April last year. But his, journey with STARS began basically when he was the head of Foothills Emergency, and a pregnant woman from a rural community died of blood loss because she couldn't get to the care that she needed in time. And for he and the founders, they said her death was one too many and something had to be done. So they rolled up their sleeves and began the work to get STARS off the ground. And so then on December 1st of 1985, our next slide please, our first mission was flown to Lethbridge, Alberta for critically ill newborn Kelly Waldron. And so here's Kelly with her family and her kids, and kind of ties into what you said earlier, the positive impact on a community when a life is saved or when we come together for the best outcome. We started off as Lions Air Ambulance, as you can see in the bottom right, and that's because the Lions of Alberta came together for us as well, with providing some seed funding so we could lease a helicopter and get STARS off the ground. Today, there is still a Lions logo on every helicopter in recognition of that partnership. When the helicopter became red, like in the middle there, that's when we became STARS Shock Trauma Air Rescue Service. And that's our BK-117 that served us well for 37 years. In 2021, we began phasing in the H-145 helicopter, which is the newer version of the BK, just 2 feet longer in the tail, similar size and weight. And so basically we have the night vision goggle capability, and with over half of our calls being at night, that is essential. And they are all outfitted identical, all 10 of them across Western Canada where our 6 bases are. And they're outfitted as airborne intensive care units. Next slide, please. We work with multiple partners in the chain of survival, all working together for the best outcome for the patient. First and foremost, your fire department, the county as well, who come together and are often first at the scene, especially on the highway where they help with the safe landing of the helicopter and make it safe for everyone involved. And also our other partners, everybody working together like they do in your community as well. Next slide, please. These are the types of missions that we fly for. So it changed a little bit from last year. Cardiac came down to 19% from 21. Vehicle incidents is second at 18%. So that's the bulk of the missions. And then the other types of trauma-related illnesses and injuries fall in these other categories. You can see environmental is 0.31, and that is when we've responded to help with, fire or flood, people that are have become critically ill or injured due to something like that. Next slide, please. The mission volume throughout the area. This is one of our busier areas for mission volume. Our highest areas for missions are Red Deer and Lethbridge. Lethbridge being the highest for hospital transfers. But after that, on average 54 missions per year is a pretty high mission volume still. Just open mine here so I can get a little closer look at that. So over the last 5 years, and then also including up to June 30th of this year, 293 missions flown throughout the entire county, including interfacility transfers to the Rocky Mountain House Hospital. And so what's typically happening is when a patient is ill or injured, they're brought in by ground ambulance, and then if deemed critical, STARS is called. And but on the other occasions where we're landing at the scene, of course, we already know that patient is critical and we're on the way. So when you look at that 293, that's 293 lives in just 5 years that were given the best chance at survival. Thanks to partnership. It makes it possible. Next slide, please. How are we funded? We do receive $15 million per year in block funding from our largest donor, Alberta Health Services. After that, we still must fundraise 59% of our direct operating costs to get up to that $36.6 million. So our costs compared to what we reported to you last year, we reported $11.4 million per base to operate with 3 bases in Alberta. That changed, that went up to $12.2 million per base. So it's a lot more fundraising that we have to do, and we're impacted along with many others with the rising costs to operate. So after the government funding, we have the STARS Lottery, which is our largest fundraiser still. And that brings in over 10 million, almost enough to pay for 1 base, thankfully. So thanks to everyone that still supports the lottery. Then it's business, corporate, and individual donations, community-driven fundraisers, and the municipal initiative that you've been part of since 2025. Next slide, please. So this is a map of Alberta and Northeast BC. And it shows the different levels of support of municipalities. So municipalities recognize STARS as an essential extension to the emergency services in their community. And so with that, we have 95% of Alberta municipalities supporting. And so just to go over the map and the different levels of support, the light gray areas are under the $2 per capita. And then that sea of navy blue that you see, those are our regional leaders that are a minimum of $2 per capita, anywhere up to $90 per capita. So quite a wide range in there. In the last year, we have added another full 30 municipalities that have increased to over $2 per capita. And with our rising cost per base, that's so greatly appreciated. Provincial leaders are shown in the teal green. So they're contributing at a higher level of support, but also we have recognized them with the logo on our helicopter when they reach 500,000 in cumulative giving. Some of them have multiple logos because they've reached over 1 million or 1.5 or 2 million over the years. And so in the last year, we had 9 provincial leaders before, and then we've added 3 more this year, which is Mountain View County. Just at the end of June, we recognize them for 500,000, as well as special areas 2, 3, and 4. And later this year, we'll recognize Foothills County for reaching 500,000. So they'll have their logo on the helicopter soon. And many of these are at a fixed rate of support and actually put us as a line item in their protective services budget, rather than like a community grant type of thing, because it's emergency. They see that as the emergency service. Full regional partnerships continue to grow across the province as well. So now we have 27 full partnerships, and that's where the towns and villages within a county's boundaries are all supporting at some level towards STARS. So, you know, it's a united effort of all of us that's creating this robust health and safety network for rural Alberta. This was born out of necessity to serve you. A couple of non-supporting areas there, but overall very thankful for the support that we have. Next slide, please. Virtual care continues to be available to all rural hospitals and in Alberta. So basically, you can see there on the phone, like if a medical professional at a rural hospital needs some guidance on a critically ill or injured patient, then our STARS transport physician at the Calgary base can have a face, like basically see the patient on the screen there. We send the hospital a link, they click the link on their handheld device, and now the transport physician can see that patient. And they can either help assess that patient or help that medical professional walk through a difficult procedure that they may not have to perform very often. And so we have now reached over 1,000 virtual calls. So this is another way that we can provide critical care anywhere. And in some cases, we may still need to go out and pick up the patients. In other cases, they've had what they've needed and they're able to stabilize them at their rural hospital. Next slide, please. Our crew is world-class. We fly with a crew of 4, 2 pilots always, a flight nurse, and a paramedic. Sometimes the STARS transport physician will hop on the call as well if it's a multi-casualty type of incident. And so our crew goes to Air Medical Transport Conference every year, and it's international, where helicopter EMS programs compete in a simulation competition. So in the 24 years that we've been competing, we have been in first place 9 times. Again, first place last year. And in all 24 years, we've always placed in the top 3. So our crew is very dedicated to continuing to keep their skills top notch and continuing to learn. Over 200 hours a year spent on either textbook or in the field training. And so this time it was a complex farm accident that was replicated, and they managed to triage those 5 patients, and they're graded on their timing, decision making, and outcome of the patient. So I not only mention this because we're proud of our crew, but this is what you are choosing to support. STARS is much more than an air ambulance time is essential, of course, but when we arrive, we're bringing critical care right to the patient's side. And that is the difference that you're making. Next slide, please. So I want to thank you so much for joining our municipal initiative. Thankful for the support over the last couple of years. It is a partnership that makes it possible. And with 54 missions per year in the area, you know, we really are counting on you and appreciate your support. Our request is to move to become a regional leader for 2027, and that would be at the $2 per capita support. Just because we have had significant increases in our costs, and every little bit makes a difference. So your kind consideration of moving to $2 per capita would be appreciated, and you would be joining many of the other regional leaders across the province with municipalities. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation. You can always hear those turbine engines coming in when they land at our hospital. They're quite noticeable from every other thing. Does anyone have any questions that they would like, or comments they would like to present? See none, then I'd like to thank you very much. I'm sorry, Councillor Schipel, please.
Thank you, Mayor Boniface. Just a question about the graph you have in there, and it indicates what the provincial funding is, and in the rest of the funding, what is that graph what's the percentage of municipal or funding? So when you talk about the government's funding, I mean, all levels of government really are
Well,
there. So what is the percentage you get from municipal governments?
Okay, so municipal government, I believe we're bringing around 2.3 million across Alberta, and actually that includes our northern BC area. The BC funds are used for BC missions. Your Alberta funding stays in Alberta. And so 2.3 approximately is from Alberta municipalities. The 15 million government funding is provincial funding from AHS, from the government.
Anything further? Councillor Husker.
Thank you, Mayor. On the map, on the slide with the map, there's a star and there's some exclamation marks. And there's no indication what those represent. I wonder if you could explain that to us.
Okay, the star is the city of Grand Prairie. City or county? I don't cover northern Alberta, so I'm not as quick on that one. The exclamation marks are the municipalities that are supporting within Yellowhead County, and that's Edson and Hinton. And so Yellowhead County is not on board. The exclamation mark in southern Alberta there, that is actually the municipality, that's the town of Drumheller. They are their own, area there, and so not showing up as big, so she put an exclamation mark there to pinpoint that for us. And the exclamation mark in northern Alberta, I'm honestly not quite sure what that one is. I'll have to refresh my memory on that one. You're very welcome.
Anything further? And thank you very much for coming in and speaking with us today and showing us and letting us know the value of stars. Appreciate it very much.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, and I hope you have a speedy recovery with your arm.
Oh, thank you.
We will be at Alberta Municipalities and RMA again this year, so please stop by the trade show as well for any questions you might have, or reach out anytime, really, that you may have questions. I will leave you with a couple of 2027 STARS calendars, one for your fire department and one for your office here, so.
Thank you very
Thank you
much.
for your
Very
support.
kind.
Yeah.
Have a good day.
Thank you, you as well.
Okay, our next delegation is from the Clearwater Regional Housing Foundation. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning.
I think I know most of the people around the table, but I'm Candace Stradecki, and I'm currently the chairperson for the Clearwater Regional Housing Foundation, and this is my colleague.
I'm Morgan, also chair on and off for the last.
If you would
You
just
have to
lift
turn
your
yours
mic
on.
on and push the button in front of you, please, and then I'll be able to hear you. Thank you.
Morgan Spratt, also chair on and off for the last 10 years.
Thank you.
So before we start, I just need to say that on account of the weather, my asthma is not great. So if you hear me really having to clear my throat, it's not because I'm nervous. I just am struggling a bit today.
No problem at all.
Yeah. So thank you for having us. I think you can see that we sent forward last week the summary from this past season. I did also include some of the other documents related to some of the planning that we've been doing. So just wanted to speak to that briefly. Because where we are finding ourselves at this point this year is actually without a home to be for the fall. So we're coming just to talk a little bit about that and some of the things that we've been doing and some of the things that we're thinking. Also because the way that the program was structured over the initial season, which was really kind of a demonstration about the need within the community, and then last season, we don't have the ability to structure the program the same way. So what we do know, as you can see, the stats actually gave us a bit of a different picture than what people thought was happening in the community. So there's that. Also, I can say that this last season, we saw an increase in the amount of people that served or that we served. And the other piece is, I'm not sure if you want to talk so much about this or if people had questions about it, but the budget that I sent forward, I do need to just speak to that a little bit. There's sort of some, I guess, anomalies is how I would put it. So first of all, that budget, that template is what's required for us to send to the provincial government. So that is their template that we have to fill out. I can say that neither the county nor the town have a template for reporting that we would fill in. So to speak to this, it gives you a picture, but it's not the full picture. So first of all, this would run from November till April typically. We started our program actually mid-October because we know that in our community we have more of a need. And ideally, we would be able to start October 1st, but we did not have the funding for that. The other thing is that this particular year, due to a change in working relationship with the food bank, the contract for using their space ended at the end of March, whereas typically we would go till the end of April. And then the other piece that you will see on there, when it says municipal funding of $15,000, as far as the province is concerned, that's a combination of the dollars from both the county and the town. The sort of distinction even within that 15,000 is that the town started funding as of November 1st to that 300 because that was our arrangement for the previous year. And then the county did not start funding to that $300 per cold weather day until January 1st. So it's not an equal distribution is what I'm saying, even within that 15,000. And so you can see based on those numbers that, again, we didn't run a full season according to their template, but our staffing costs are really what were kind of the biggest. And then when we're looking at moving forward, some of those costs are going to change depending on where we might be located. So I can say that up to this point, we have, of course, met with planning and development from the town. We are also presenting to the county council again next week to talk about this as well. We have been looking at other kinds of options within our town about where we might be located. I'm sure all of you are aware that we did put forward a development permit that was appealed. And so we have taken from that some of the feedback and are trying to also work within the information or constraints that were given to us kind of from the community. So where we are now is a couple of things, I guess. First of all, we are seeking support to have a location. just in terms of the planning and what we would need to do in terms of having the licensing, insurance, inspections, all of those sorts of things. The other thing I can say is that the province has already reached out to me about potential budget for this coming season. So we're in a bit of a crisis point, essentially, because we don't have a space to go, so I can't necessarily project an accurate budget. But because we are on their radar, we also don't want to lose that. So just putting that back, that we are open to feedback and looking for support about where we might be for a location. That's the first thing. The second thing is that we are recognizing that having done the demonstration project, then having done last season, we have been learning along the way. And so looking at this as kind of like a phased development, right, moving forward, that we're not just looking at building a grand scale building right to begin with, that we know that we need to do this progressively. And then the last thing I would say is that speaking with all of you, I have the honor of speaking to the 4th council that I've worked with in this kind of capacity. And so one of the things I was hoping that we could address as well moving forward is having either a letter of understanding or a memorandum of understanding that we are going to be working on this together for the betterment of our community. So that if I were to step away, for example, when I intend to retire in a year and a half, that someone else might be able to step in and continue forward, and that this program will still happen within our community. So I put that out. I see that you're tacking on the letter of support up there. I can address that if people have questions. I can also say with respect to that, so that came from the head of our doctors group with respect to the development permit that we had put forward. And he just was speaking in that letter about some of the realities that we see while working at the hospital. The other thing I can say, just in terms of some of the grant proposals or the funding proposals moving forward, I have requested through the healthcare system, we have a branch referred to as REDCap, and REDCap does all of the statistics and analyses. And so I have put forward a request for that so that we can really delineate if this is what it costs for someone to go through the medical system versus having them stay in a sheltering type program, how does that impact us as a taxpayer base? And so then obviously with municipal and county funding towards that, right? Yeah, so that's my humble request today. I don't know, do you have anything you want to add? Okay. I don't know if others have questions then.
Well, thank you very much for your presentation. The unfortunate truth is that we even need this in today's society. So thank you for the work that you do within our community. It is appreciated. Is there any questions from anyone, please? No? Then this will be something that we will discuss further.
Yes.
Good luck on trying to find a building. I hope that goes well. I know it must be difficult. So if I hear of anything, I would certainly pass it your way.
Terrific.
But, I hope you find something soon.
Yeah, so do we.
Summer is going away quickly.
Yes, it is. I will also just say that when I get that information from REDCap, I will be sharing that forward as well, because I think if we're talking about a collaborative working relationship, right, like we're not able to do this as a standalone agency. So yeah, moving forward, just sharing that. And the other thing I would say is, of course, that we'll be present this evening for the housing consultation within the community. Because we certainly have a lot of research that we can share with that as well.
Excellent. Well,
Okay.
thank you very much.
Thank
And I'll
you.
look forward to seeing you this evening.
Perfect. Thank you.
Have a
Thank you
good
for
day.
having us.
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind shutting your mics. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, our next order of business is the adoption of the minutes from previous council meeting. Does anyone have anything to add or delete? Councillor Shipple?
Also make a motion to that, Mayor Boniface,
Sure.
that we accept the meeting minutes from the July 7th council meeting as presented.
Great, thank you. Any further discussion? All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Our next is the delegation business of STARS. Any comments? Counselor Shipple.
May I suggest that we put this forward to the fall meeting with the budget? It is a budget item, so we'll look at, the request is for an increase to $2 per capita from $1.48. It's not big money, it's just a little over $3,000, but I think we should just table this to the fall S and something meeting.
Mr. Crows.
Yeah, so the process that the town has in place for this is, we call it a supplementary service. So it's all outside organizations that request funding for us. So they actually put in an application, and STARS does. And then we do bring it to the strategic and planning workshop for council to review all of these type of applications for budget purposes. It will be there automatically, so.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Then can I have a motion, please? Counselor Kalen?
I'd like to make the motion that we move the STARS information to the S&P meeting and accept today's presentation as information.
Thank you very much. All in favor? That is carried. Our next is the Regional Housing Foundation. Any discussion, please? Counselor Shipple.
Thank you, Mayor Boniface. I guess to administration, do we have any facility in town, town-owned facility that's currently sitting available that could be used for this use that you're aware of?
The only vacant town-owned facility would be the medical clinic that we co-own with the county. We don't have any other vacant buildings or,
Okay. Thank you. As far as their funding, is this something that we could also bring to the SAP planning meeting? We really got to change that acronym. So,
yeah, your worship, or mayor, sorry.
yeah, it's fine.
It's the same process. They actually submit an application to the town for this funding, and it's all reviewed together at the SAP meeting.
That's great. Thank you very much, Mr. Crows. May we have a motion to accept for information purposes at this time?
I'd like to make a motion to accept the information presented by the housing group as information at this time.
Thank you. All in favor? Thank you very much. The new business, first item, old business, none. New business is the proposed road closure bylaw. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning, Your Worship and Council. Our department received an application to do a proposed road closure in late March 30th of this year. We received a survey following that application that needs to accompany the application. That was received approximately April 31st. A preliminary circulation was completed May 13th as per our policy, and June 15th was the deadline to report back on that. So we received comments back on that circulation that was done. The purpose of the report here is for council to provide input on a public hearing and advertising for same as per our policy. Following that preliminary circulation that was completed, there were no concerns or objections noted to adjacent landlords or adjacent landowners. Agencies as well were included in the circulation, and internal departments as well.
Thank you.
The recommendation, as no concerns or objections were received from adjacent landowners, agencies, or internal departments, the recommendation is that we hold a public hearing on August 18th with advertising July 29th, August 5th, and August 12th. I just also want to point out that this is a little bit different than a land use bylaw amendment, where typically what happens is first reading is given, and then a public hearing is held, and then second and potentially third reading is follows the public hearing. With the case of a proposed road closure, we hold the public hearing prior to first reading because it has to go to the Minister of Transportation after first readings.
Thank you. Is there any questions? Counselor Shipple,
I have a few.
go ahead, please.
Thank you. So the first one is, there wasn't a copy of the application in our package. Is there a reason why that wasn't there, or just that it has all the information, but within the application process, it says you're supposed to have a reasoning and all the rest of that, which I think is important for us to make a decision as to why the applicant is making the application. And so that is all to be included in the application, which wasn't a part of our package. So I'm just wondering if we can get a copy of that.
I can
For-
certainly provide a copy for you. One, in the bylaw, the reasoning is the intention of the proposed road closure is for it to be purchased and consolidated with an adjacent private land. On the map, if you could pull up the map, there's, it'll show the survey plan. It's that small little square, the area shown as Area A. That's part of the road right-of-way, I guess you'd call it. And the intention is for that small parcel to be consolidated with that Lot 3, Block 2, Plan 0424622. The intention is that they're hoping to utilize that little corner to hopefully develop a building on that site. I have the application here, and I can read to you what they've put in the intention. And it says, we are attempting to achieve a viable commercial development for Lot 3, Block 2, Plan 0424622. Currently, there is a small 20 by 20 triangle of land that is not part of our lot that impacts the shape and size of a future building, even if we place a laneway on the north side of the lot due to required setbacks. The request is for the east and north property lines to be redrawn straight to the corner. So the intention is for them to consolidate and purchase that little corner to consolidate it with that parcel.
So it makes no sense why that would have ever been done. And in the bylaw, it says there's a $500 fee. Can we waive that $500 fee in this case? I mean, or is it a necessity that we have to apply the $500 fee? And the reason I go there is I'm not assuming that piece of land isn't worth a whole bunch of money, which brings me to the second part of that is in the report you've got, it says that we have to get it valued by a certified appraiser. And I look at the value of that land, and a certified appraiser is not going to walk on there for, I'm assuming, probably $1,000. I question whether that land is even worth $1,000. And if we can't go to maybe getting the opinion of 2 real estate brokers and determine a price that way, because we're not talking big money, versus spending the money on getting a certified appraiser. I just question why we'd put the person through the expense of a $500 fee and then a possible $1,000 fee to get a price on it for a piece of land that maybe not even worth $1,000. So it just seems like there's a lot of hoops there. So I just want to know if we've had a look at that to say what's reasonable and can we waive any of these fees for the developer?
So,
Mr. Schwader.
to Councilor Schipple through the mayor, there was expenses incurred by our department in regards to doing this road closure in regards to mail-outs and staff time or whatever. So as far as a $500 fee, it's part of our policy and that's what we follow. And as far as the appraisal on the piece of property, we don't know what the cost or the appraised value would be on something like that. That's why, as part of our policy, it's an appraised value. Whether Accurate Assessment could do that for us, or we just pick a number that we feel is comfortable with, but I'm not sure if we feel comfortable picking that number.
Counselor Shipple.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess where I'm at is understanding it's 0.005 of an acre, so it's a small sliver of land. And typically when you look at lane closures, you're looking at a more significant piece of land. So I just question whether in fact, because of the size of this property, it makes sense to spend a whole bunch of good money to determine the value of not a very valuable piece of property. So I just toss that out there. I'm looking after, I think, the developer here to reduce some of the costs if possible.
Yeah,
Mr.
Mayor,
Kraus.
so, yeah, administration will look at that. We have to bring this back to council, so for today, it's just really bringing it to a public hearing. And then we'll have to bring the bylaw back for first reading and second and third, after we get the Minister of Transportation's signature. But in that report, we could bring back options for costing and council's consideration of fees, if that works. So.
Sure. Okay. Any further comments or questions? Councillor Stalker.
Thanks, Mayor Boniface. I had a question about it, the financial implications that were indicated in the documentation provided. The advertising and the public hearing cost, I'm where councilship out is in the sense that this is a really small piece of land, and at the end of this, I'm wondering what that cost is for advertising, and do we have a ballpark for that? Is that a couple $1,000s? Like,
Estimate would probably be about $325, $350 per week, so roughly $1,000.
that's for the advertising part, and the public
Correct.
hearing side, the actual conducting the hearing is another.
There's no cost other than staff time,
Staff
really, for the,
time,
yeah.
So maybe I'll ask, and I didn't understand, you're going to come back with options that would allow what council?
Yeah, so we'll come back with options for land value versus, going to an appraiser, for example. Fees, council establishes fees through the development fees and so forth. It's just to recover some of the costs incurred by the municipality to process an application. So, by council, that's in council's realm. If council wants to consider waiving a fee, it is up to council. But, then we should probably be looking at the whole fee structure then.
Thank you. There is basically the action asked for today is just for advertising for the public hearing, so Councillor Kane.
Be it resolved that council instructed administration to advertise a public hearing for August 18th, 2026 for bylaw 2026/12 in the local newspaper, The Mountaineer, on July 29th, 2026, and August 5th, 2026, and August 12th, 2026.
Thank you. It's on the table. Any further discussion? Seeing none. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Our next is 7.2, the draft overview, Riverview, outline plan. Mr. Schwader.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Just before Council today in regards to returning, in regards to the Riverview draft outline plan, it was presented on July 7th, section 3.2 in regards to transportation in that area. Council just needed a little bit of different wording in regards to that section. Changes were made into that section. Ideally, moving forward, just need a motion to accept the Riverview outline plan as presented.
Thank you. Any questions from Mr. Schwader, please? Then would someone like to make the, Councillor Boniface?
Be it resolved that council approves of the review outline plan as presented.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Our next one is 7.3, subdivision extension.
In regards to the request for extension for subdivision file RMH 25201, property owner took a subdivision that was approved in July 6th of 2025. Developer went through a little red tape in regards to some of the conditions, just asking for an extension to complete those conditions on the subdivision. And just before council in regards to asking for a request for them for an extension on their subdivision.
Councillor Boniface?
Sorry.
Okay. Any questions or concerns with this, please? Seeing none, Councillor Musgrove.
Thank you, Mayor. Be it resolved that council grants an extension of time for subdivision file RMH 25201 to July the 6th of 2027.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Worship and Council.
And next is our multiplex facility planning. Mr. Kraus.
Thank you, Mayor. Just waiting for it to load on my computer.
Yeah, me too.
So as one of council's strategic plans is to position ourselves for the planning of a new multiplex in rec area. An MOU has been signed for the town to proceed on a specific piece of land by Old Town. So administration has drafted an RFP to initiate the initial planning of that area and the building. So we're presenting that to council today, but we're looking for specifics of what we want these initial plans to encompass. And I'm still loading, but it's up there. So if we could scroll down and you can see the scope of work. Just down a little bit more there. That is what, from what we've heard from council, that should be considered in the initial planning stages. So we just want to do a check with council to make sure that is it. And then we'd have to go through some processes here also because for budget realignment. So.
Councillor Stalker.
Thank you, Mayor Boniface. So as I went through the document, and I asked this question before, and I'm still having a bit of a brain problem grasping it. The scope of the work, is the successful consultant going to draft their initial plan on what is here, or is this successful consultant going to come to the community first and say, does this meet your expectation?
So the consultant will put forward a bid based on the information we provide in this RFP. It's to provide them with, okay, the scope of the project. And then once we award it to the consultant, they'll start a public engagement process and design it from the input they get from the community and from council.
Okay, so I'm good with that. That's what I understood. So this list of amenities, the outdoor and indoor amenities, are not final and will be, they're not going to start drafting a plan and come back and say, hey, this is what it looks like with those amenities, then go to the public.
No.
Okay,
No.
then that's
So,
fantastic.
and I'll give you an example. So in here, they will want to know what size or scope of building they're looking at designing. So like we have stuff in there like library, performing arts,
Yep.
right? You know, so that's increasing the size of your building. So they know that they're going to have more work because of all of the amenities that need to be considered going into the building.
So then I would like one addition, or at least consideration of the council here to consider an addition of a dive tank, because I think if we're going to go to a pool, we don't have the ability to have, 10-meter diving, or for that matter, any diving in the one that we have. So I don't know if that needs to be identified here, or that would be assumed to be part of a.
No, I would add that in because that probably adds I don't know, 5,000 square feet, I, you know.
But I'll ask, I would ask my fellow councilors, do they think that is the right thing to do if we're building a new pool facility at whatever phase that is, that it would encompass a dive tank? And I don't know if that's what it's called, but having diving boards even for springboards compared to high dive boards like they would have at the
Councillor Musker.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to make this suggestion to council. Just as a reminder, on Thursday, we have a meeting scheduled with Minister Boychenko, the Minister of Tourism and Sport. So I would suggest that we postpone this agenda item to the next council meeting, that we will have had that meeting with the minister behind us at that point, and we may have more information to process regarding this particular agenda item. I'm asking for 2 weeks.
Councillor Stalker.
sorry I left this on, but I will comment that I don't sense that I think to have this approved going before the Minister of Sports would be saying, look, we're looking, this is what stage we're at, how does it come to your desk, and what can you do to help provide this? I think we're in a better position if we've already moved forward on this agenda item and approved where we're at.
Councillor Boniface.
Thank you, Mayor. What I'm experiencing with the senior housing is you ask for everything, that you give your dreams and hopes, and it's easier to take stuff away than it is to add it in to their plan. So it's better to do it that way. So if we could put that in today, it would probably be better.
Thank you. Councillor Shipple.
Thanks, Mayor Boniface, and thank you, Councillor Boniface. I tend to agree. I think we should not stall on it. I think there's lots of room to jig back and forth on this whole project. I think it's important that we talk to the ministers and say, hey, look, this is our dream. Can you come to the table with it? The thing I think that we miss in this whole plan, in this document is I envisioned modular add-ons on that. So things such as, is there a curling rink or a rec or an ag center or the seniors housing complex or anything like that? And I think what I'd like to see happen is often these people design a rec center and they have everything inclusive in a bulb with difficult to add stuff on. And we've seen that with our present rec centers. And so what I'd like to see is to make sure that we, for the future, don't hem people in as to what they can add on to a building, that we make sure we leave it with tentacles to add on. So I'm thinking modular components or amenities to be added onto this structure down the road, that there's accessibility to the building as a whole. So if you have a cafeteria in that building, for example, that it's accessible to future add-ons to that building, that we don't almost make it impossible to add on to that facility. We have a chunk of land there. I just don't want to see the bubble come and then no way of adding on to it down the road. So future councils could add on seniors housing or a curling rink or a ag center or anything like that. I'd just like to have maybe a bit more versatility in modular add-ons onto that. And I don't think that's covered in this document. So I just toss that out there.
Okay. Thank you. Anything further? Councillor
I
Sinclair.
just want to add to that, like in my imagination, I'm thinking of it as like a shopping mall, where it's just the center corridor and you can just plug things in where you need it. But yeah, like it's, right now, like I have the Edson design up on my screen and I'm just like, that would be a nice starting point, and they have the corridor down the middle, like, so I agree.
Thank you. Well, Councillor Stalker.
Thank you, Mayor Boniface. To that point, when I was looking at the wording of change rooms for each amenities, and I was thinking to myself, you'll need a change room for a field house, a change room for, I think it should probably be somehow deal with, it doesn't have to have a change room. Once you go into that change room, you can go to the swimming pool or go to the, I think it just leaves a number of, for the consultant looking at that, they may be looking at individual change rooms for the tennis courts, or whatever's in this facility. I had highlighted that about, that there should be shared, shared is not the right word. There should be change rooms accessible to the different venues.
Thank you. I have two, so Counselor Boniface.
I saw the perfect answer to that in the new facility up in Edmonton with the way they did the change rooms was really neat, because it was definitely accessible from, it was central, but it wasn't like a men's or women's change rooms. There was more cubicles for changing and having showers in, but all the sinks and lockers were all open in a hallway. So it was totally accessible, and there was still place for private changing and stuff, but there was, and it was all over the place, so it was very accessible. And that was a nice little way, and it didn't take up a lot of space, and it was just the hallways.
Thank you. Counselor Kalen.
Don't have anything to say now.
Oh, no, everything now. Okay. Is there anything further? Oh, pardon me, Counselor Sinclair.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree to a certain extent. I mean, it's like the arenas are going to have change rooms for the teams and stuff. Like I don't want to be sharing a change room when I'm going to the swimming pool with a hockey team kind of thing.
I was just suggesting.
Yeah, no, it's just, I think we have to understand like the centralized concept can work in certain aspects, but I think we still have to be open that there's gonna be more than one changing facility.
Counselor Boniface.
Yeah, they were kind of placed in different, like, all through it, yeah, in the sides of the hallways, like it was, the access was going through there, and it worked out really well, like it was clean and sweet to go through, like, and convenient for all the other all the activities.
Counselor Shippold.
So anyway, I don't think we need to
Yeah.
design it here.
That's fun.
So I think we could be having this discussion till next week at this time. So I'd like just to move this forward if we can, please, and just make maybe a modification to that, if administration would just talk about the ability to add on, or hallway, or whatever that may be. And I mean, at the end of the day, they're gonna come here and we're gonna talk to them anyway. So I just say, make a motion that we move forward. So I would say let it be resolved, the council remove the 2025 Civic Center Project 1204 from the budget and reallocate the $200,000 to the multiplex project. So that'd be my motion, and that's just freeing up the funds from what was to what will be. So I'd make that motion if I could.
Mr. Kraus, did you have a comment?
Sorry.
No, it's fine.
Was Ken's a motion?
No. And so the motion is on the table. Is there anything further to discuss? Seeing none. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Counselor Kalen, please.
Be it resolved that council amend the rec center expansion concept drawing, project 7221, to the multiplex project, including the budget funding of $50,000.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Counselor Musker.
I'll make the next resolution, Mayor. Be it resolved, the council request Clearwater County's approval to change the scope from a rec center expansion concept drawing project to a multiplex concept project.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none. All in favor? That is carried. And finally, Counselor Boniface.
I'll make the next resolution. Be it resolved that council instructs administration to release the RFP for the recreation concept plans and pricing for a multiplex facility with the following changes to the draft RFP. Council to add or delete items. Oops.
With the,
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So what I'll add to the RFP is right under the scope of project where we have outdoor and indoor amenities, just a line saying the project must encompass future expansion, such as,
Right.
probably provide examples or.
okay, thank you very much. Okay, any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, and that is carried. It's 10 o'clock. I'd like to call the 5-minute break, please. Thank you. We're back. Next on is our 7.5 Rocky Mountain House Clearwater County Community Wellness Association. Mr. Kraus?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So council initially talked about this at the last council meeting and postponed it to this meeting to allow council more time for consideration. And really what it is just for council's approval to appoint to the society's board, and along with council members and public members.
Okay. Any discussion, please? Councilor Musker.
Thank you, Mayor Boniface. Yes, we did discuss this at length at the last regular council meeting. I want to thank administration for this report. In questions for council to consider, you've addressed a lot of my concerns. I did have an opportunity to meet with the chair of the Community Wellness Association to just speak to her about my concerns, and we had a great meeting. Of course, it wasn't about resolving anything, it was just about talking about the concerns. So I just want to reiterate some of my concerns here today with council regarding this. The Community Wellness Association is an independent registered society. And based on the bylaws as I've read them, council is bound by their bylaws, and I find that extremely inappropriate to appoint a member to their board. From reading the bylaws and what the request is today, I sense that the society wants the advantages of being a society, but still be run as a subcommittee of council. And so the way it's set up now, it leaves the door open for council to meddle in the affairs of an independent registered society, and none of that speaks good governance to me. So one of the suggestions is to move this for further discussion to the strategic and priorities workshop in the fall. The reason I would be in favor of that motion is because it allows the board of the Community Wellness Association to review their bylaws and maybe come up with any adjustments to it that they deem necessary. Those are my comments.
Thank you. Any further comments? Councilor Stalker.
Thanks, Mayor Boniface. I'm actually, Councilor Mosker, I agree fully. I think sitting on the board as a member, voting member, that it's going to be difficult to divide those two from council responsibilities here and that board. So I think there has to be some changes there to, if council was represented on the board and not voting, at least we wouldn't have to abide by and look after the association. So I'm in full agreement with you, actually.
Any further comments? Councilor Shippold.
Thank you, Mayor Boniface. Well, as the sitting person on that board and been involved in the formation of the documents, I think, we definitely have to look at as a committee of council versus a society. So to Councilor Musker's point, I think that is a concern. But at the end of the day, there's some background as to why that's occurred that can't be neglected. So why that society was formed. I think the goodness of the society or the group there is for healthcare in our community. And when I look at healthcare in our community, that really is one of the strategic alignments in there is that we have to, that we support healthcare in our community. And that is part of our strategic plan. And I think we have to understand that. So there's a fine line between what we as a council are doing within our community versus what the role of this committee is within our community. So there's a fine line in there. Hopefully I got that out. So I think that I mean, it gets a little convoluted because then it gets into who pays for what, where. And to me, that's really where we have to determine who's paying for what, where. You know, if, in this case, Councillor Boniface sat on that, if she was appointed by council, you know, who pays her and my fees for going to conventions, and how do we separate that, and who pays? So yes, there's some gray areas in that. So I think putting it to the fall meeting, to the S&P meeting, may be not a bad thing. I don't think it's going to fall apart before then. And I agree, it could give us time to have a look at this to see if there's any areas where we can change the bylaws of that wellness society. I think the bylaws of the wellness society are there for a reason. Number one, you have to have the bylaws. That's mandatory. So, and I think administration would give us the direction that we need as to how we don't run into conflicts and how we can pay. Like, should it be the elected officials get paid and the appointed not? I don't know. It really becomes a bit complex. So I think, I'm not sure leaving it till the fall is going to resolve anything, but it does give us time to think about it, and we can have more open dialogue at that point and hopefully get some information relative to how that society interacts with council. I guess to administration, is there any other societies that interact with council now that somebody sits on, or is there any other examples such as this presently? I have nothing coming to my mind, but.
No, not a society.
Councillor Musker.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Chappelle. We want the same thing. We want, I want this association to be successful in recruiting and retaining doctors and things like that. I just want to follow the proper protocol in the governance part of it. One of the pillars of our strategic plan is governance excellence. So if it is an independent registered society, it should be run like that. And some of the suggestions we're being asked to approve is that council starts to have undue influence by how many councillors sit on the board, who pays for them to go where. That is all, from my perspective, those are all decisions that the board of the society should be making, not this council. So that's what it falls to for me. I think we can achieve the same goals. I think you and I want the same thing out of this. Just the way the governance is laid out concerns me. It could be open to abuse, and I don't for a minute think that would happen now with this council, but it does leave the door open for that sort of thing. And it's about organizational durability as well, right? We want to see these societies flourish, and there are people in our community who are absolutely competent in running these things. It doesn't have to be a council initiative. So it's not that council can't be involved, but it should not have undue influence. That's my issue. And the way what we're being asked to approve, from my perspective, gives this council outsized influence on the society's board. Thank you.
Thank you. It seems like the suggestion of waiting to the SAP meeting in the fall is kind of where we can get more information and look at this logically. Might be the best recommendation. So, Councillor Musker.
I'd like to make the motion then, Mayor. Be it resolved, Council add the Rocky Mountain House and Clearwater County Community Wellness Association report to the Fall Strategy and Priorities Workshop for further review.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none. All in favor? And that is carried. Okay. Our next item is 7.6, municipal comparisons discussion. Councillor Stalker, I believe you're the one that brought this forward.
Thank you, Mayor Boniface. I'll start with the correspondence, or part of the correspondence I sent to the council here, fellow councils, to assist in a more informed decision related to town expenditures and to continue to be aware of success of other communities of similar size. I'm requesting that we discuss the Alberta Municipal Index and its value as a baseline. I'm hoping we could bring that up on the screen, the municipal index, if that's possible, and I'll continue on here. As a baseline when making decisions and a tool to compare the effectiveness of council, Rocky Mountain House is indexed at 77, direct comparator communities, Devon, High Level, Bonnyville, and Slave Lake. The index identifies good comparators which fall between 76 and 78 as the following: Banff, Bonnyville, Devon, Diamond Valley, Panoka, Red Cliff, Slave Lake, Stettler, and Wainwright. Are currently our budget analysis, page 101 on the 2006 budget for water and sewer comparison, uses Sylvan Lake, Lacombe, Panoka, and Black Falls as comparators. So what I'm hoping we can land on as a council, that, and once we bring this up, there's, I don't know if other councilors have had the ability to go into this. We'll try and get this to come up here. I think if we can go back to the actual municipal document, just scroll up maybe, dashboard. If you go down, yeah, launch the dashboard. I think there's great value in this tool because the government of Alberta is compiling all the information, and I think it gives us a really solid group of comparison. And I think if we scroll down a little, Betty has a, if she's available, has a really good ability to run this. Can we scroll down? That's it. I'm just looking which one we need to pick here. Financial indicators. So this aspect here, this isn't the page. If we went back to the Google search, we made, this isn't the page I was hoping came up. What it allows, it takes about 8 different indicators and puts them together on so that it rates communities. So our community is rated as a 77 in a comparison. We may need to take 5 minutes and we can bring this up, because this is the actual, I can do it here and I'll see if.
I'm very sorry. Councillor Caylor.
I'm just wondering if this conversation shouldn't be deferred until Betty is here.
Well, if we can bring it up, like I'm just gonna go in here and I'll maybe walk us through where we need to go. We do a search.
Mr. Kraus, when is
She is on vacation and is back next week.
next week? So then she would be here for, available possibly for our first meeting in August?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
I'm fine with,
Just-
I'm fine with, yeah.
Are the graphs you're talking about, is it
The actual,
the graphs that
the
we have
actual
in the
tool, the
budget?
municipal index tool, not the document describing what the tool is. If you go do a search here, if we can bring up Safari or Google search. Sorry?
Is it the ones that are in the budget package when we present budget, those graphs?
No, I don't need those graphed up there. I don't know if council has seen the municipal index and the tool itself.
I don't honestly know myself, actually.
And I was hoping we could bring up the tool and have a discussion. The tool that it compares the income tax rate of those communities, those comparator communities. It compares both the residential and the commercial income tax. It compares the debt to ratio, all of those different indicators. I'm not familiar.
Is this something, Counselor, that you would be willing at this time to hold over to the very next meeting when Ms. Quinlan is here, and also take the time to get the website, what we all need to look at the same time, so that when we discuss it again, we can bring it up?
We certainly can. I don't know why it's so difficult to find. If we just took an open page up there on the plus and typed in Alberta Municipal Index, and I can walk us there, but I don't know that we want to waste that time, because until we can get to the page, I haven't seen this in this format.
Is there something, for our next meeting, we could have the link on our,
Exactly what he's looking at, then.
Sure.
Excellent. Let's
Would
do
that
that.
be okay?
Go 100%.
okay then. Can I have, would you like to make a motion to hold this over till next meeting
I
then,
can.
please?
I'd like to move that we move the discussion related to the Alberta Municipal Index to the
First meeting in August?
first meeting in August.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much, and thank you, Councillor Stalker. Correspondence for action. Our next is request for funding for CAPE. Mr. Kraus.
Sorry, Mayor, it's still loading, but.
Yeah, that's
yeah,
just fine.
but,
Mine too.
This is, I believe this is a carryover item for the request of funding of CAPE for $5,000, and we were just looking for, or council was looking for, more information on it.
Sure. Councillor Sinclair.
Okay, so, I have had a few conversations with Cape, and they have pumped the brakes for now on this, as we need to regroup and restructure our action plan, as there's a few hiccups that have come in light of the grant application process. But one thing I would like to bring to attention, Councillor Musker shared with me the other day, is that it was announced that, and it's on the Government of Canada's website, that they plan to double the exports through the Port of Vancouver Gateway, and they have a whole strategy about this. So in hopes that this kind of all ties together, I think, like, moving forward in the future when we discuss, like, there is light coming this way. So for the time being, I guess I'll just make the motion that we accept this as information at this time. No further action needed.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion from anyone? Seeing none, all in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. The next is Killarney Lake Solar Project River Cutting Ceremony. I can speak briefly to that. Both Councillor Boniface and myself attended this event. Left early in the morning, got down there in plenty of time. We were made very welcome. They were extremely happy that we had come. They, pretty much everybody there wanted to shake our hands, and they were actually quite surprised, I guess, that we would make the journey. So, and all of them said they'd look forward to furthering our relationship and investment within our community, and look forward to a continuing good relationship. So it brought a lot forward. Councillor Shippold.
Thank you, Mayor Boniface, and thank you for attending, to both you and to Councillor Boniface. I think this relationship is awesome, and I guess my question is to administration. Do we need a motion just to support that?
Yeah, so council would need under the remuneration policy, just a resolution approving the trip, I guess, or.
Okay. I'd still make that motion then, that we approve the expenditures for the mayor and Councillor Boniface to attend, for attending the
Killarney.
Lake Solar Project ribbon cutting ceremony.
Thank you. Councillor Musker.
Thank you, Mayor. If, just for clarification, if I can make an addition to that to include per diem and mileage?
Yes, I'll add that to the motion.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Thank you, that is carried. Our next is all the correspondence for information. They are all there. Is there any questions or concerns arising from these letters, please? Councillor Catlin.
I'd like to accept these reports for information, make a motion to accept these reports for information.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Our next item is mayor and councillor reports. It was a quiet month for myself, other than the Killarney Lake project. There was just some regular meetings. Didn't really have any committees to meet. We did attend the senior housing thing last night in Caroline. That was very well attended. There had to be, I would say, 40 or more people there, and they were very involved. I think it's only fair to share a lot of the comments that I got from, because I tried to talk to as many people as I could. And their biggest concern was this was the 5th or 6th time that they have met in their community discussing senior housing, filled out what they want and everything else. And they made it very, very clear from everybody that they were disappointed that Rocky had stopped them from building many times. I do not know any of that, so I just stated that this council does not wish to see that. We want everybody to do well, so I brought that forward. That is my report. Yourselves, if any of you have something you'd like to add to your reports, please do so. Councillor Sinclair.
On the 13th, I had my first policing committee meeting since taking over from your position, and it was quite informative. It's really interesting to learn the inner workings of how our policing structure works with our peace officers and the RCMP. And it was kind of neat how the positive ticketing program, I think, is coming along, and so I'm really looking forward to seeing our CPOs launch that, and it's been pretty quiet for myself as well.
Thank you. Anyone further? Councillor Stalker.
Further to the police committee, there was the signs that are around town telling us of a speed on June 25th at 8:46 in the evening. There was a speed recorded of 191 kilometers an hour on one of our streets. And then additionally later, maybe it was before that, there was like 180 kilometers an hour recorded. And certainly I would urge citizens and people within the community, if they are hearing and seeing those vehicles flying by on streets that don't have the little signs up telling us how fast we're going, that they contact the RCMP, and because that level of speed is going to result in a tragedy that we're all going to wonder how it happened, and we just need the citizens to step up and start phoning those things in when it's happening within our community.
Further comment to that, the sign that reported 190, I wonder if it actually has a few difficulties, because I turned off of 60th Street the other day with my 1-ton truck, a 20-foot or 28-foot flat deck with a skid steer and a hoe on it, and by the time I got to that sign, I was doing 20 kilometers an hour, and it was flashing at me that I was doing 130. So I think it may have a bit of a sickness. Maybe there's some bird poo on the thing, so. But thank you, Councillor Stalker. Councillor Cavan.
Do you think you were possibly overweight for a town street?
No. Councillor Musker.
Thank you, Mayor. I think the highlight of the last couple of weeks for me was our meeting with county officials in the Montana First Nation. That was a meaningful meeting, and I am incredibly excited about the potential opportunities there for all three communities, right? And so yeah, I just wanted to make mention of that. I've had an opportunity to be involved with some fundraisers the last few days, the West Country Family Service Golf Tournament out of Pine Hills last week. I wasn't golfing because I'm not much of a golfer, but I was serving food on the 12th hole, and then the museum fundraiser on Friday as well. So it is a little quieter, but it's summer, so that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else care to add? Councillor Shipple.
Well, it's definitely been quieter. And so as Councillor Mushkis said, the Montana First Nation meeting was a highlight. One of the other things we did is council got together and had a steak fry at the Legion, which I thought was really a unique opportunity for us just to get to know each other and have a good BS session. So hats off to everybody who attended. It was a great evening. Thanks for that. Other than that, pretty slow.
Thank you. Councillor Boniface.
I'd like to just add in there too, that definitely a slower month, except for somebody being a little accident prone and needing extra TLC and babysitting. But definitely the Montana's First Nation, that was the huge highlight. It was nice to engage with such warm and welcoming people. And yeah, I felt like it was a family reunion, and by the time I left, it definitely was a family reunion by the time we left, so that was great.
Good. Thank you. There's nothing further. Can I get a motion to accept our reports, please? Councillor Cavan.
I'd like to make a motion to accept council reports for information.
Thank you. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Next is our administrative reports. Mr. Kraus.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'm glad it's slow for council because it is not for our staff. The department reports are before council, and if council has any questions, I'll try to answer them.
Sure. Is there any questions arising from our reports from department heads? Seeing none, may I get a motion to accept those, please? Councillor Boniface.
I'd like to accept the department's reports for June 2026 for information.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Next is our action list. Mr. Kraus, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So the only open item on the action list was the RFP for the multiplex, which council resolved today. So
We're in good shape.
now we're
Excellent. Thank you very much. Any questions from Mr. Kraus? Seeing none, can I get a motion to accept the action list, please? Councillor Sinclair.
I motion to accept the action list as presented.
Thank you very much. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Administrative inquiries. Councillor Shipple.
Thank you. I just have one. Got concerns about scooters around town. They seem to be the new and upcoming thing of occupying our sidewalks. And so the other day, people complained about how fast they go. So I drove beside one that was going down, two kids, or two younger people going down the sidewalk, 20 kilometers an hour on the sidewalk with their scooters. And so some of the complaints I've been getting is they come up behind you and you're not even sure, and they're fearful of getting hit. And I don't know if there's anything one can do about that or not. You know, they just seem to be going a little fast for the sidewalk. But I don't want them on the street either, so I'm not sure what their response is. I'm wondering if we may take that to our CPOs and see what they think it could be done, if anything. Maybe it's just a seasonal thing that we have to get used to, I don't know. But
Mr. Kraus.
No, we can look into that and bring it back. I know it's a concern of a lot of municipalities actually in Alberta now, especially in the cities where you can rent them and zip them. So, but we'll look into it and bring something back to council.
Thank you. Thank you.
sorry.
Councillor Bon, oh, I'm sorry.
So just to that point, ironically, I got to spend some time in the hospital in Edmonton a year ago and visited the dentist there, and they had two dentists on. They had a surgeon, and I said, this late at night, there's two of you on. The response was, due to the amount of accidents of these scooters, they're busy putting people's faces back together. It was the response I got back, and I'm thinking, oh, wow, this is great for our healthcare system. Not. So it's unfortunate, and I think sometimes in this case, these two kids that were going down the sidewalk, neither had a helmet on. At 20 kilometers an hour, I go like, yeah, if you ever hit the rhubarbs, it's probably not gonna turn out well, so, no.
Thank you. Counselor Barnabas.
Just in support of that comment, I was heading up the highway coming out of the river, and there was a kid, she looked like she was maybe 10, 12 years old, pretty little, and she's on a e-bike, and she was racing with me. I got up to 40 and noticed her beside me with no helmet on or anything, and slowed down, and she flew by me, and I'm just kind of, wow. But what it made me think of is there any way in town we could do like a bike safety and education session of some sort, like the police or the fire department or somebody?
Yeah, no. And typically, the CPOs do that type of training, or we can look into it. I don't think we have anything planned this year at all, but we can review that.
Thank you.
Oh, and she was on the sidewalk too. Like,
Counselor Kalen.
I just wanted to say that at the schools these days, they do have Safety Week, where there is fire, ambulance, all these different, Fortis, and all these guys show up, and they talk safety to the kids in the arena. I think every school group gets an opportunity to go through. You can lead a horse to water.
Yeah. Thank you. Counselor Stalker.
I had an additional administrative inquiry. I was approached by a citizen regarding the crack filling and the type of tar that's being used. And of course, this is far outside my area of any knowledge or expertise. Their suggestion was that the tar is very thin and is not doing the purpose of filling the cracks. And I don't know, as I said, I don't know the first thing about tar and that, but when I wandered around and looked at the streets after they brought it to my attention, I went, yeah, that stuff it's running in, and it appears that the cracks are there. They were suggesting that it should be quite a bit thicker, and I just wondered if we could not spend a lot of time at this, but just have some level of insight of, is this the normal procedure to fill cracks, and should they be filled up, and which was the suggestion, I think.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So there's two methods. There's hot and cold for crack sealing. Under cold, there's probably, 5 or 6 different products that could be used. And it all depends on the width of the crack and all of that. And then there's the hot, and then there's different products under that. So our Public Works crew, who's well-trained and very competent in that, will select or bid out the type of sealant that is more appropriate for what we need at the time. It's not necessarily to fill up a crack, but it's to seal a crack. Really, the purpose is so we're not getting water underneath the asphalt and causing the freeze-thaw and potholes and stuff like that. But there is a variety, and our staff look at it all to see what we need for the year.
Thank you. Anything else? Then none. Is there any notices of motion? So, just to let everyone watching know, we will be taking a break. We'll come back. We do have a closed session today. It'll be, letting you all know, it'll be fairly lengthy, as we do have 2 presentations being given to this council, and we will listen to what they have to say, and we will come back when appropriate. But for now, we'll take a 15-minute break until 11 o'clock, and our first presentation shows up. Thank you very much. Thank you. We are ready to go into closed session. May I have a motion to go to closed session, please? Deputy Mayor,
I'd like to make a motion to go into closed session.
thank you very much. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Thank you. We are out of closed session, and we do have some motions to make from closed session. I'll just work my way around the room. Councilor Musker.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that we accept the Rocky Hospital update for information.
Thank you. All in favor? And that is carried. Councilor Sinclair.
I make the motion that we accept the Valerie Resources presentation for information purposes.
Thank you. All in favor? And that is carried. Deputy Mayor?
What did you ask me to do? I can accept the CAO dialogue as information.
Thank you. All in favor? That is carried. Counselor?
I'd like to move to item 15.3, that the information requested of administration that they will provide that information.
Thank you. All in favor? And that is carried. Counselor Shipple?
As we move around the table, I would so like to move item 15.4, which is acceptance of the council staff discussion as information.
Thank you. All in favor? And that is carried. I believe we have answered to all the things in closed session. So thank you very much for joining us today. Remember,